I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
I always want to say amen at the end.
Okay, public comments. Do we have any public comments pertaining to closed session, Kylie?
We do not.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're going to go into closed session, but prior to that, I'm going to read what we're going to go into closed session for. Number one, pupil personnel expulsion case EXP 172122 through EXP 212122 and STIP number 6 2122. Item 2, conference litigation. Government Code Section 54956.9 subsection A. Current litigation, 6 cases. CIVDS 1907172, CIVDS 2011183, CIVDS 2022956, CIVDS 2023366, CIVSB 2103396, and 2111303, Government Code Section 54954.5 subsection C, and 54956.9D subsection 2 and E1 anticipated litigation, 7 cases, 2018 1907, 2020 21 05, 2020 21 07, 2021 22 03, 2021 2204, 2021 2205, 2021 2206. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, transfer, leave, titled certificated and classified employees. Item 4, public employee appointment, resignation, retirement, reduction, title, certificated and classified employees. Item 5, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator, Dustin Conrad. B, employee organization, Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. Okay. Organization unrepresented. 8, conference with real property negotiator, Government Code 54956.8. A, negotiation parties, Matthew Schulenberg, Apple Valley Unified School. With that, we need a motion to go into closed session. Motion Bender. Second, Okpara. All in favor? Any opposed? That'll be the order. Okay, so we'll go into closed session. We'll be back at 6 p.m. Thank you. Okay. I just don't like it.
I know, but it's
Oh, okay. Test, test. Okay, we're good. All right, welcome. We're going to open this Apple Valley Unified School District Board meeting. We'll call it to order at 6 p.m. We appreciate everybody coming out tonight. So we'll call it to order, and we're live. So we're going to start off with reports. Student representatives. The first one will be High Desert Premier Academy, and that's Daniel, Angelica, and David.
Thank you. I'll just mention that the student reports were submitted digitally.
Okay.
I'm going to present them. We do have the sound set up so that the sound will be streamed, the video will be streamed, but I don't have a way to present up to both the audience members and to the board, so that if the board will be attention here, audience members listen for the student reports.
Thank you.
So far, 2022 has been a great year for High Desert Premier Academy. Here are some of the highlights so far. Our most recent field trip was a virtual tour of Los Angeles Museum of Tolerance in Mr. Holker's World History class. On the tour, students examined racism and prejudice with an emphasis in the history of the Holocaust.
Our student Armando graduated reporter. Armando is owner of Grand Skate Shop off Highway 18 and recently made it into High Desert Daily News because of his donation of 183 pairs of shoes to AVUSD.
Our graduation rates are higher than they've ever been. They have raised 55% in the last 2 years. Here's a quick congrats to all of our current grads. High Desert Premier is also ramping up an esports program, and students are excited.
I'm looking forward to playing Rocket League. I'm looking forward to play Rocket League. Madden.
I'm looking forward to playing Madden.
Mario Kart.
Super Smash Bros.
I'm looking forward to playing Super Smash Bros. At the moment, we are currently setting everything up. We should be on track to start competing next year.
Lastly, to celebrate our students' academic and behavioral achievements, administration showed their appreciation with some in and out.
We are looking forward to our final quarter of the 2021 and 2022 school year, and we are thankful for the continued support from the Apple Valley Unified School District. So far,
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, moving right along. Granite Hills High, Ella Hausman. Well, she'll be on the screen. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Nelson, and attendees. My name is Ella Hausman, your 2021-2022 GC president. It's coming near our academic quarter end as days pass by quickly and we see more seniors getting sick with senioritis. Although our juniors couldn't be any more thrilled to be planning for their senior year. Our prom is coming up soon and we announced our prom theme at a pep rally. The theme is To the Moon and Back. With that being said, we have already started planning our Mr. Cougar show. Last week, 8th graders came to our campus and AVID and ASB came together to give them a pep rally to get them excited about the school and tours so they have knowledge of the campus before coming. Our WASC results came back and we are approved for 6 more years of accreditation. Our BML club has been performing in our PAC all month with reading Black poetry and playing African American songs. Also, 25 of our students in Skills USA are going to states. The girls and boys soccer team ended their season in the 2nd round of CIF. Our swim team is getting together with tryouts. Track and field have their first track meet this Saturday. Our softball and baseball team are coming out strong with great attendance at practices. Overall, our school is looking forward to the future and the continuation of leaving a legacy here on campus. Maroon and Gray leads the way.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Nelson, and attendees.
I'd like to hear all of them twice.
Okay, Apple Valley High, Daniel, Oriana.
Good evening, esteemed board members. It is my pleasure to bring you news from Apple Valley High School. The month of February could be described with a single word: success. Our Sun Devils earned great achievements in academics, arts, and sports. As usual, I will start with our school sports. Our baseball team won their games against the Quits, Summit, and Kaiser. And our softball team won their games against Adelanto, Hesperia Christian, Western Christian, San Gorgonio, and Yucca Valley. It is my pleasure to announce that Apple Valley High School was chosen as Best High School and Best Overall High School Sports Program in the 2021 Best of the Desert Awards. We are beyond proud of this achievement. We received the results for the Skills USA regional competition, and we won big. Apple Valley High School has the honor to announce that 195 students will be moving on to the state competitions, with 139 of them medaling. Our HOSA program was especially successful, with 123 students moving on to state out of the 125 students that participated. This year, we had a total of 46 bronze medals, 33 silver, and 60 gold. We are so proud of our students and teachers for their hard work, and we wish them the best of luck during state competitions in April. But the good news don't stop there, as we also had great success in the San Bernardino County Young Artists Gallery. The work of 10 students was chosen among thousands of entries from all over the county to be part of the gallery. Students showcase their talent in different art forms, such as painting, ceramics, photography, and graphic design. Take a look at their amazing work. I hope that you enjoy the incredible talent of our students. We will continue to work to make Apple Valley High School a remarkable school. I look forward to updating you with more achievements in the future. And remember, Sandoval pride is contagious.
Okay, moving right along, reports Union Representatives, California School Employees Association, Csea. Are you here? Thank you. Yes, just we're bringing you a mic.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Good evening to you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Good evening to you. I'd like to thank you for taking time to receive our successor contract initial proposal this evening. I have to tell you that I've had many years of service in this chapter, and this will be the last successor proposal I bring to you. I'll be moving on to my next phase in leadership. I look forward to watching you all and being a part of helping all of you take the scary and heavy steps that you have to lead before you. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Apple Valley Unified School Association, AVUSD. Is there anyone here? Okay. Okay, we'll move right along. Okay, so we'll move on to closed session reports. So, let's see here.
The discipline item waits until that discussion action session.
Right, the discipline items. Dennis, you have any reportable action there?
In closed session, the Board of Trustees took action in support of the following recommendation from the superintendent. Public employee discipline dismissal release. On a motion by Wilson, seconded by Maria, the Board of Trustees approve the following. Approve the non-reelection of the following certificated probationary employee, number 4220, identified by number only, effective June 30th, 2022, and direct that the superintendent or her designee give written notice, therefore, as required by law. Passed on a vote of 5-0. In conference with labor negotiator, Organized California School Employees, on a motion by Maria, seconded by Wilson, approve the memorandum of understanding dated February 14, 2022, between AVUSD and Csea 28 regarding the amended job description for student services specialists. The MOU also reclassifies the following employee into the student service specialist position effective 10/1/21. 7495-0228-9100 on a vote of 5-0. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Okay, item 5, adoption of the agenda. The board may approve the agenda as is or add or pull items from consent agenda for discussion and or action. And I'm going to make a motion. We're going to move to amend the agenda for the meeting to move item I-9, enforcement of mass requirements from 3/4/22 to 3/11/2022 to the beginning of our discussion action items prior to the current agenda item. Can I get a second on that, to move that item?
A second.
Above? Okay. So we have a motion by Raleigh. Second, was that Chris?
Yep.
Nunez. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so that'll be the order. Okay, item D, recognition presentation. We have none at this meeting. Discussion information, presentation on second interim 2020-22. Matthew Schulenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Raleigh. As the soundboard adjusts my mic, hopefully everybody can hear. To the audience, I apologize, I don't have a screen to show this on, but there are QR codes. If you want to follow along with this presentation, you can scan those and access the document. The board has a copy at their station. If you could follow along, thank you very much. Second interim report on page 1, the second slide, you'll see this report certifies the financial condition of our district for the current year and 2 subsequent years through June of 2024. This is one of our 2 required interim reportings. And I just do want to let the board know the multi-year projection contained in this interim report does in fact include several budget adjustments posted since first interim, which was our financials as of October 31st, and updated assumptions based on current information available. On page 2, the top slide, you'll see there are 3 certifications possible. I always kind of talk about these. Positive, qualified, and negative. And we will be filing a positive certification, which essentially states in our current budget and our current assumptions, we will meet our financial obligations through June of 2024. The bottom slide, you'll see it just lists items that we use to produce our interim report. It's the most recent state adopted budget as June of 21, the current board approved budget, the governor's January 2022 budget proposal for the subsequent years. In January, 2 months ago, the Governor Newsom proposed the budget for this upcoming fiscal year, which does affect our year 2 and our year 3 assumptions. And of course, school services, local control funding formula simulator, and the LCFF calculator. On the top of page 3, that top slide, I want to talk a little bit about our average daily attendance assumptions. At budget adoption for this year, we budgeted our ADA at 12,610, and that was due to the ADA hold harmless we've had based on the governor's emergency executive orders related to the pandemic. Next year, however, that hold harmless goes away. And at budget adoption, we were originally projecting a slight increase in our ADA because our enrollment trend is still one of growth. However, we are going to revise that, and I'll go through that in a second. First interim, we revised them a little bit up because our enrollment was increasing. But as we took a better look at our average daily attendance, kids actually coming to school, if you look at that bottom slide, we have now adjusted at second interim, we've adjusted our ADA projections down to reflect our lower ADA. In the current year, we're still 12,610 due to the hold harmless. In 22-23, our ADA projection has dropped from 12,646 to 12,258. And that is utilizing what Governor Newsom has proposed as a 3-year ADA average. If the board recalls, in year-over-year ADA, we're guaranteed the current year ADA or the prior year ADA, whichever is higher. In the current situation, in our current year, we are projecting an ADA in the current year of about 11,500, significantly lower than our historical ADA, even though our enrollment is higher. So if you look at that bottom slide, you'll see where the average comes into play. For the next year calculation, where we're projecting about 12,258 ADA, that's the average of the 1920 hold harmless, the 2021 hold harmless, and our actual P1 ADA, which we're using as our projected P2 ADA in the current year. And you'll see it's down over 1,000 from that 12,610 number. And you'll see the average calculation for 23-24 results in a projected ADA in that year of 11,920. And a little bit about that, if you turn the page and look on the, turn to page 4 and look, I'm sorry, that's on a little later slide, but I'll talk about that in a second. So the COLA assumptions we're dealing with here are our base grant COLA at budget adoption and our base grant COLA at first interim. We have updated our base grant COLAs to reflect the governor's January proposal. The current year did not change. We're still at 5.07% COLA. In the 22-23 school year, what we're looking at right now, according to the governor's proposal, is a 5.33% COLA. Remember that COLA is the cost of living adjustment. That is the percent increase to our LCFF base grant, which then flows through that formula. And 3.61 in the 23-24 school year. There is talk that the governor is going to come back to us at the May revision and have a COLA that's even higher for next year. There has been talk of slightly over 6% for next year for the COLA. So as I move to the assumptions in the current year, we didn't change any of those assumptions at our second interim. So if you could move to page 5, the top slide, again, 21-22 assumptions on the expenditure side. The one note I want to make is that some of our COVID relief funding that we have received from the federal government in the state of California, they come to us with expiration dates. And we're spending the money that expires the soonest. We do have some that expires in September of 22. And our assumption in the current year is that all that money will be expended by June of 22. So we don't run into that deadline. The bottom of page 5, you'll see our 22-23 assumptions. Our projected revenue, we're using that funded ADA at 12,258 with that 5.3% COLA currently. And you'll see that actually does increase our LCFF revenue by 4.1 million. So we'll see an increase in revenue because of that COLA, even though our ADA is declining, even though our enrollment is growing. So we got a lot of different puzzles going on right now in that particular projection. On our federal revenue side, we have all of our ESSER relief funding. That comes to us, that is one-time money with expiration dates. But we budgeted that previously, and in the current year, if we're not going to be spending that ESSER funding in the current year, you'll see this more at unaudited actuals, but we then remove that revenue from our budget as we remove the budgeted expenditures, because in restricted programs, they have to balance. But then the revenue moves into the next year. But we are spending that, so we're going to see an actual reduction in our federal and state revenue as we move into 22-23 on the books. If you turn to page 6 at the top of the page, that's on our expenditure assumptions for 22-23. We do account for step and column increases with all of our employee units as they move across our salary schedules and our collective bargaining agreements. STRS and PERS, employer contribution rates, those are the retirement programs for our certificated and classified employees. Those contribution rates are projected to increase. We are using a 1.5% cost inflator, and that's something that we're going to have to watch very carefully in light of the high inflation the country is experiencing right now. That may have to be adjusted up. That's for items like fuel for our buses. paper goods for our schools, those types of things that we have to purchase to operate our school district. And we are assuming in next year that all of our one-time COVID funding will be expensed. And the reason we're assuming that is because in our third year, we want to provide as clean a picture as we can of what our ongoing financial situation is without the impact of the one-time funding. And I'll show you that when I get to some charts that have some numbers on them. 23-24 assumptions you'll see on the bottom of page 6. That's our ADA of 11,920 that I talked about earlier based on that 3-year average and our current ADA trend. Now that still nets us a $1 million increase in our LCFF funding because of that 3.61% COLA. So we're getting more money per ADA, but we're having fewer ADA. So our funding is essentially what I would consider flat in terms of a $150 million funding mechanism. On the top of page 7, 23-24 assumptions in terms of expenditures. Our step and column increases are there, and then the STRS and PERS rates. Again, our STRS is projected to be level compared to 22-23, but PERS will be going up slightly. So some numbers on the bottom of page 7. And this is the slide I want to bring to your attention. The general fund unrestricted. That is the unrestricted, the part of our budget that has the most flexibility in spending. If you'll look at 21-22, you'll see our ending fund balance is going to be approximately $28 million on the unrestricted side of our budget. 22-23, we're projecting approximately a $3 million deficit spend, so a $24.8 million ending fund balance. And I'm on the bottom slide on page 7. Second interim multi-year projection. So if you look at 23-24, earlier I mentioned that in 23-24 we've backed out all of the one-time COVID relief funding from the federal government and the state. We're assuming it's all been spent. So if you look at 23-24 on the unrestricted side of the budget, this gives us a picture of what we're faced with in our normal, I use that term loosely, in our normal year-to-year, day-to-day operations. We're looking at a projected $155 million in revenue, over $131 million in expenditures, but a $30 million transfer out to support restricted programs, primarily special education and routine restricted maintenance. That nets to just under $7 million deficit spend. So that's what we're going to have to watch very closely, because on the unrestricted side of our budget, we currently have an ongoing structural deficit when all those one-time funds are removed from our budget. If you look at the slide on the top of page 8, second interim multi-year projections, general fund restricted. This is the restricted side of our budget. This is the money that comes to us with strings attached. It says we shall spend it on this, whether it's a program, whether it's a student, whether it's, it comes with strings. And you'll see the revenue in the current year is projected at $92 million. That's because a lot of that is that one-time federal and state COVID relief. You'll see that's reduced in 22-23 to about $59.7 million. And then in 23-24, you'll see our revenues at 22.4. That is more of a normal, typical, restricted side of our budget. So again, we're moving back toward the norm across this multi-year projection. You'll see 22 million in revenue in the last year, 55 million in expenditures, but you'll see there's that transfer in of about 30 million to support those restricted programs. But again, we're spending 3.3 million more than we're getting in revenue on that side of the budget. And we're assuming our restricted side of our budget ending fund balance is spent down to 0. Now, most likely that's not going to happen, because in our routine restricted maintenance program over the last several years, we have always had some carryover in that one account. So the bottom on page 8 there just shows those combined. It takes the unrestricted numbers and the restricted and combines them into an overall picture. And you'll see our ending fund balance in June of 24 is projected to be just shy of $18 million. Hence, the positive budget certification stating at this point, based on these assumptions, Apple Valley Unified will meet its financial obligations. Top of page 9, components of the ending fund balance. That just breaks down that money, where it's held, whether it's in stores to account for what's in our warehouse. We have a revolving cash account we have to keep, and we have to keep fund balance to offset. Assigned, unassigned, and what is required as a reserve. That bottom slide on page 9, you'll see that's a highlights and concerns for future. And I talked a little bit about ADA earlier. Historically, our ADA, our average daily attendance rate historically has been around 95%. Sometimes it's 94.8, sometimes it's 95.2, historically around 95%. This year, 85%. Hence, enrollment's going up, but ADA is going down, significantly affects our revenue, even utilizing the governor's 3-year average that he has proposed. And I just want to point out, in the month of January, you're all familiar with how January was for our school district. It was a very difficult month, not only for our students and our teachers, our staff, and our community in terms of the latest surge. Our ADA was approximately 77% for the month of January. So that is a huge drop. And that's what I have this evening. Are there any questions from the board I can address?
Any questions for Matt?
I've got one.
Chris?
In regard, on page 6, in regards to the operating cost inflator, what index are we using to make sure that we're monitoring and updating that as we come along? Because obviously...
Thank you, Mr. Nunez. We don't use an index. We're using some historical trends in terms of energy costs, overall product costs. And again, that's where I'm asking my Director of Fiscal Services to take another look at that in light of the rate of inflation that we're experiencing at this point. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Maria?
Yes. Can you hear me? My question is the funding formula the state uses to gauge us, because we are a unified school district, but we are surrounded by single school district like elementary district or high school district. Mm-hmm. What formula are they using to gauge us? Are we gauged as a unified school district in a rural area, or are we gauged as a unified school district in a suburban, urban district? Because I'm more interested in how did they come up with how they fund us?
Well, the local control funding formula is constructed to provide equal base grants to school districts across the state, regardless of whether they're an urban school district or a rural school district. The base grant is by grade span. For instance, transitional kindergarten through 3rd grade is assigned a base grant dollar amount by the state of California. Then there's an add-on for class size reduction to facilitate class sizes of 24:1. The next grade span is 4th through 6th. It is identified as a grade span and has a base grant. Then there's 7th and 8th. It has a base grant for that grade span. Then there's a 9-12 grade span that has a base grant. Those base grants are equal across the entire state of California, and those base grants are what's affected annually by the cost of living adjustment that the governor proposes and the legislature approves. Where the funding levels differ under the local control funding formula is based on a district's unduplicated pupil percentage. That is the percentage of pupils that qualify for free or reduced lunch, that are English language learners, or foster youth. And that is where the funding per student varies as you look across the state of California. Some districts have very low UPPs. Some districts have extremely high UPPs. Apple Valley Unified, we're approximately 74% unduplicated pupil percentage. So approximately 74% of our students come from families that would be considered families of socioeconomic status. They qualify for free reduced lunch, or they're an English learner, or they're a foster youth. Neighboring districts are typically higher. So they typically receive a little bit more funding per student.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along. Receive AVUSD Sunshine proposal for successor agreement with AVUSD. Dustin?
Yes, I think I can probably save us some time and explain items 2 through 5 all together here. Okay. We are, as the board is aware, entering the season of both bargaining units having their successor contracts open. You'll notice a lot of what appears to be repetition through the agenda. A couple of these items are on here 3 times. But tonight's the night that we officially publicize the sunshine proposals, both from AVUDA to the district and from the district back to AVUDA, and the Csea sunshine to the district and the district back to Csea. So those are all publicly viewable and viewable there for the board to consider. Later on, we'll have a public hearing in the agenda that names these same exact 4 items. And that's where we have an opportunity for, the board has the opportunity to hear from anybody who has a comment on any one or more of those. They can speak during that one's slotted time to come forward and speak. And then lastly in the agenda under discussion action, you'll see the 2 sunshine proposals from the district to the bargaining units are there for you to take action and hopefully guide and direct us to go ahead, hit that negotiation table and start this process with both units. So this is, it's on there a few times. It's all in compliance with government code in terms of what we have to do to publicize. And I think, we've been working well with both units. I think both units would speak the same way back toward us. And we're kind of ready to hit that table and knock these things out. So I just want to share that with you.
Thank you. Is there any questions from the board to Dustin? Okay. Okay, that took care of 2 through 5. Let me move on to public comments. Kylie, we have some cards.
We do. We have various topics, so I can give it to you topic by topic, or you want the whole chunk?
Oh, just grab them.
Okay.
Go through them. Let me read these off. Before, a lot of you have spoke here before, so you kind of know the rules. We limit it to 3 minutes, and there'll be a timer. And if you don't hear it, I'll remind you that the time is up in a polite way. And we would like to keep it to 20 minutes per topic because we have different topics here tonight. So we want everybody to be able to get their comments in. So as you speak, you'll speak at the microphone here, so adjust it so we can all hear you. And some of these cards here, it's hard to read the names, but this one here I can read. It's Elizabeth Bachman, so you're up, Elizabeth. And after Elizabeth, we'll just be, so you can give you a heads up, it'll be Hayden Huffman, so you're on deck.
Good evening, AVUSD board members. The last 2 years, and mainly the last school year, has left me with little faith in any of you. Mrs. Nelson, on July 20th, 2021, I emailed you in regards of masking our children. Your response to me was thank you for your concern, but at this time, I cannot do anything. I will file your email and pass it on to Jay Obernolte. You said he was the one who had the control to change the mask mandate. So at Mr. Obernolte's next town meeting on August 7th, I went to speak to him. He, in return, bounced it back to my local school board as well as local assemblymen. After the meeting, many reached out to me and said to get in contact with Christopher Nunez. So I emailed him later that same afternoon. The following day, I received a phone call from Mr. Nunez, who at that time expressed he felt the same way that masks should be a choice. Nothing came out of these different communications, just typical dialogue to calm me down and hope that I go away. In the coming months, the mandatory vaccine took precedence as us parents had to fight to ensure our children would not be forced to get a flu shot / the COVID vaccine. Once again, I hope this room is filled with parents demanding that their children never have to be forced to wear a mask again. We have heard all the data, the science, but most importantly, if you really followed the science, our children would have been the first to have been unmasked in school. Without a doubt, our governor continued to mask children K through 12 in California. Our children became pawns of our pawns in political control battles, conditioning them to comply and follow orders. I ask you right now, why do we have school boards? And the first sentence was, the role of a school board is to ensure school districts are responsive to values, beliefs, and priorities of their communities. You have failed this. You have not been responsive to the request of your parents in this district. I can almost bet that you all have received thousands of emails this last year wanting you to allow mask choice. As we encouraged our children these last few weeks of their rights to protest peacefully, unmasked, and their rights to in-person education, you would not even budge. You sat our children out in freezing temps and said that's their choice. You told your principals, and I have children in 2 different schools, not to budge, as parents came to complain daily. Mr. Goodrow said every time that I spoke with him that he could not move the kids inside without direction from his superintendent, Mrs. Trinae Nelson, whom I emailed numerous times in the last 3 weeks, only to receive 1 email in return, telling teachers that they could not allow students unmasked in their class, and at the same time sending emails to parents stating that no child can forcibly be removed. Well, that didn't go so well.
Elizabeth, your time is up, please.
Okay, can I finish real quick?
Go ahead. You got just a few.
I'm asking you to write a resolution not only to end mask mandates, but to put in writing that you will never mask our children again, no matter what Sacramento or the CDPH suggests. If this resolution does not happen, I will have to put my children out of this district. My children will never comply to wear masks again. They're not yours to experiment with.
Thank you. Hayden Huffman. And after Hayden will be Keith Wilhite.
Good evening, board members. My name is Hayden. I am an 8th grader that attends Sitting Bull Academy. I feel as though I'm speaking for the majority of the student body and even teachers. First and foremost, simple face masks are a joke and do not work, but I do not feel that is the reason for Apple Valley Unified School District demanding masks on the students. We are a paycheck for the district. In return, we're being treated like animals. We are being forced out of our classrooms in inclement weather for 6+ hours while outdoor sports at the schools are being canceled due to weather. It breaks my heart to see my fellow classmates suffering because they want to exercise their human rights to not wear a mask, as I'm sure you all do every day. I can't even see whether my friends and classmates are happy, sad, or excited anymore because their faces are always covered. We are not spoken to very nicely or treated very kindly when we are outside in our segregated areas. How come I can leave school and go wherever else I wish to without a mask on? It feels like you don't even care about us students, teachers, and school staff members. Your mask decisions as board members have divided the community. Please don't say that it is easy just to put on a mask on and comply. We are done complying. Last week, my brother was physically dragged out of his classroom for respectfully declining to wear a mask. I admire my brother for standing up for himself and the majority of the student body. Not one student in the video I saw was properly wearing their mask. This specific morning, it was 21 degrees outside. How is a student supposed to learn in those conditions? You guys are making the poor teachers and school staff enforce recommendations by the health department. They aren't laws. They are your laws because of money signs. That is not right. Board members, please be better and do better and make masks optional. Thank you.
Okay, Keith Wilhite, and then after Keith will be Jennifer Wetzel.
Good evening. First of all, I want to thank you for the job you do. Okay, some of you, most of you, but there's a few of you that don't do your job. Okay, our kids are suffering because of this mask mandate, and your job is to oversee the safety and well-being of our students, and you're not doing that. And it's frustrating as a parent and a grandfather to watch these kids suffer. The kids that are protesting. How many of you have been out there to talk to them? Have you? What did they say?
Go ahead, Maria, tell them.
They're concerned.
They want me to respond?
Well, I just, their concern was
Maria, go, no, never mind. It's,
No, it's
when
important.
when they speak to us, we'll have our time to
But
comment
it's important
later.
because you're good people. You're not evil.
I will respond when it's time for me to
Okay,
speak,
thank
when
you.
the president gives
Thank
me
you.
permission to do so. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead and finish, sir.
So they're being required by principals to sit out in the freezing cold 5 hours a day. If I put my kid or my grandchild out in the front yard for 5 hours a day in the cold, I'd go to jail. And you're not doing anything about it. I have a recording of a principal in the beginning of this that told the kids they will not, if they're going to protest, they're going to do it right. They will not have seats to sit on, some of them. They will sit on the cold concrete. If you want to hear that recording, call me. My number is 760-265-2406. But I'll bet you not a damn one of you will call me. That's disgusting. You're not doing anything about these principals holding these kids because they're protesting, because they're tired of the mask. They're hurting. They can't breathe. Some of you don't have yours on. Why? But our kids have to have them on. Do something about it. You're good people. Don't wait for the governor to fix things. You don't have to wear the mask. Why do our kids? Change it tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Jennifer Wetzel, and then we have, after that, it'd be Aiden King. Be on deck.
Hi, good evening, AVD, whatever. I'm here to address other safety concerns other than COVID, because COVID isn't the only safety concern out there. My son has autism. He's a special needs student. He was bullied on the bus twice. There was no resolve from that. He was shot in the head with a projectile. God forbid it wasn't a gun. He was injured. There was still no incident report taken from my son that day. That happened on December 7th. On December 1st. On January 6th, my son severely broke his arm on campus during a Gaga Pit game that I didn't even have any idea that they were doing. I didn't sign a waiver for my son to play dodgeball. He's at school to learn, not to be injured, not to be bullied. He ended up with a broken arm, 12 screws, and 2 plates. I am not allowed to see the video because there's other children's faces in this video. However, at the beginning of COVID, we were all on Zoom meetings where we saw every child's face. And not only that, we saw inside people's homes, their privacy was invaded via Zoom. But I cannot see the incident that happened to my son. I asked, can I come in with a law enforcement to see this video? And still, I was denied. I want to know what happened to my son. I want to know what's going to be done to address the safety of our children, regardless whether they have special needs or not. My son is entitled to a one-on-one aid. He's supposed to be there at all times. Where was this aid? I've been given conflicted information as to who and what people were on the field that day. And I was given different information from the principal of the school and the school district. They still will not give me the information that I want. I want to see that video of my son being injured. I want to know if the teachers were on their cell phones or watching my child. Because every time I go to drop off my child, I see a teacher distracted on their cell phones. And it's unacceptable. My son had major surgery. I lost clients. I lost work out of this. I had to reach out to legal help to get this resolved. And it's still not resolved. And this has nothing to do with a mask mandate. You want to keep our kids safe with a mask? You guys can't even do it on the bus. You guys can't do it on campus. I'm not here for a mask. A mask should be a parent's choice to send their child to school in a mask or not. It should not be dictated by the school. It's not a law. It's guidance. Okay, sorry. And You know, I don't know. I've also heard that you guys are going to mandate a vaccine on our children. Unacceptable.
Thank you. Aiden King. And after Aiden will be Samantha Solis, I believe.
So, I have been having to sit outside because I would not wear a mask. Today I did. Yesterday I got hot and sick because I did. And then a few days ago I did, and it snowed after school that day. So I was cold and tired, and I just wanted to go home. It's my choice if I want to wear a mask or not. So to be honest, I think that masks are just ridiculous and they don't matter in life. It's my choice if I want to wear a mask. So I can wear a mask if I want, or I can wear a mask if I just don't have to wear a mask. In school if I don't want to, because it's my body and it's my choice if I want to wear a mask or not. So I've been doing this for a long time, sitting outside because I don't want to wear a mask in class with only a few other kids, and I can't get any learning done out there. So I'd like to stay in my class to be able to learn. Because on Zoom, I didn't get much learning done there either. So now I'm behind in school just because I don't want to wear a mask. So I'm going to keep on doing this because I don't want to wear a mask. And so why do I have to wear a mask if please fix this, because I really, really don't want to wear a mask.
Samantha Solis. And then after Samantha, I believe it's the same address. It starts with the M. I can't read the writing. I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Samantha Solis, and I am in middle school, and I'm currently attending Sitting Bull Academy, and I don't know much about stuff that's going on right now, but I do know what people are doing to me and many other children is wrong, and this should not be happening. Like, for example, one day I decided I was done with this, and I'm not going to wear a mask in class today. And my teacher told me to go put my mask over my nose, and I politely shook my head no. And they sent me to a place called the Boneyard, where they stored all the old desks that were slowly but surely rusting away. And being there was cold and damp, and I couldn't feel my feet. My feet hurt, and they felt like there was needles stabbing my feet. It was cold, and I couldn't feel my feet until 12 o'clock, and it was 9 when I got there. It was cold, and it had just snowed. I was cold, and I couldn't feel anything. If 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 my mother did this to me, they'd take my mom away. I'd be taken away from my mom. But somehow the school can get away with child abuse. And now I'm homeschooled, and my grades aren't where the best because I'm not in class. At the beginning of the year, I got honor roll for the first time in my life. And I just want you to know, I may only be 12, but I know the difference between good and bad. And what you're doing is bad, and I really do hope and pray that you will make the right decision and make the mask optional for kids that do and do not want to wear it. And why should I wear a mask in class if I can't breathe and I can barely understand what my teacher's saying to me? And I barely even know what some of my class looks like. Some kids, they're in my class, and I didn't know who they were. Thank you.
I think you're up, Mom. I couldn't read your first name. I'm sorry, but
Mary Cruz.
okay, thank you. And after that will be Ryan Young.
My name is Mary Cruz Solis, and I want to address the way the kids' mask protest was handled. I believe it was 100% wrong the way this was handled. Okay, I don't know who approved this or who okayed it, but they need to step down. How dare you leave the kids out in the heat? Okay, because when my daughter first started, she got sunburned. Okay, this is how long she's been doing it. Then it got cold, so now she's in the heat and the cold. So how would you guys like to be discriminated against over something you believe or something you wear? This is shameful. I would like to know what you plan to do to properly and humanely accommodate these kids. I would also like to know how you plan to help the kids that you willingly left outside, denying them of their education. Maybe you could use some of the millions that you got in COVID relief to get them some help, because some of these kids have fallen behind. Or maybe you can get them their own mask-free classrooms and segregate them like you already have. Right now, you are not representing the community at all. You guys need to fix this. Not tomorrow, not next week, tonight. Tonight, you guys need to fix this.
After Ryan will be Bella Carr.
Hello, my name is Ryan Young. All right, hold up. Hello, my name is Ryan Young, and I attend Apple Valley High School as a student. I'm here so that you can hear from the student what we have endured since February 14th. After watching the Super Bowl, it became clear to many of us that our government does not follow their own guidelines, and many of us decided that it was our time to take off our mask. We, the students, are the ones left to suffer in this mandate, and we are tired. We are done. On February 15th, the weather was windy and in the 30s, and by 6th period, turned to rain. We had to sit in rain and cold. That night, it turned into an unexpected snowstorm, which I'm sure y'all are aware of that. Days that followed were in the 20s, and we were made to sit in the cold, in the wind, and freezing cold. We got warning on our phones to watch for freezing temperatures. Apparently, our district does not watch for students because we are left in the cold to wipe off snow off our chairs with our sleeves because they demanded us to sit down. The best part was that our proctor was watching us from the inside without a mask. I've been sent up to A6 detention for having a bad attitude, for questioning why I cannot stand up to get warm. It has been literally freezing temperatures, and we are not allowed to stand in the sun to get warm. I assume that many of you guys are parents or grandparents. How can you let us be treated like this? How can you guys sleep by knowing this is happening to us? My mask is off, and it is off for good. Sit me in the cold and treat us like animals, but my mask stays off.
After Bella Carr will be Kendall Fonville.
Hi, my name is Bella Carr. I'm in 5th grade. I go to Vanguard. I have been protesting since the end of 2nd trimester. My decision is not to wear a mask. My friends and I don't like wearing a mask because we feel like we can't breathe in them. We sit outside every day. It makes us sick and we get sunburned. When it's a cold day, I still sit outside because I don't want to wear a mask. Please end the mask wearing so I could go back inside my classroom and learn. Thank you.
After Kendall will be Vangela Archuleta. I'm sorry to pronounce it.
Hi, my name is Kendall Fonville, and I go to school at Sitting Bull Academy. The reason I'm going to be talking here is about how I was excluded for things in my class for not wearing a mask. One thing that I was not able to do with my class was learn, because I got kicked out of class from my teacher because I did not want to wear a mask. So then I had the choice when I was talking to my principal if I wanted to sit outside to wear and not wear my mask, or if I wanted to stay inside and wear my mask. But I chose to stay outside. Another thing that I was not able to do that I'd been looking forward to this whole year was the meeting in my teacher's classroom at lunch. I was not able to do that because I was sitting outside. But the reason I was sitting outside was because I got kicked out of class. So me and my friend had to go to normal lunch when we had been working hard for that spot. And then we just get left out of that experience because we were sitting outside because of our rights. And my friend said that they were not wearing a mask when they were inside because they were eating lunch. But when my mom was on the phone with my teacher said that they were wearing a mask the whole time. But I'm more on my friend's side because how are you supposed to wear a mask when you were eating? But I did not think that it was fair that me and my friend were excluded for that. But look at what we started. Yesterday there was 8 people doing the protest, but today there was 55. All because I stood up for what I believed was right. Because I stood up for what I believed was right. I'm proud of what I started for not wearing a mask. And it doesn't matter if it helped or not because I'm proud of what I did.
And then up will be Castro. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce the first name. Can't we? Yes, there you go.
My name is Evangeline Archuleta. I am a freshman at Academy for Academic Excellence. I'm out here to speak about discrimination. I have a medical exemption, and I was having stabbing chest pains, headaches, breathing issues, and it was happening 5 hours plus after school. I also have asthma, which can make it difficult for me to breathe. Due to my medical conditions, I was issued a mask exemption from my doctor. When I brought my net to school, I was met with a lot of pushback from a majority of staff. Most of my teachers placed me in the back of the class as if I was being punished or for misconduct. I have been segregated from my friends and placed behind plexiglass, bullied from other students and staff members. I've been told to wear a mask because it's not that big of a deal. If I have breathing issues and having chest pains, it is a big deal. In one of my classes, my teacher told me I'd have to put on a mask to sit with the normal kids. Am I not normal? I have medical issues that I have no control over. What kind of show are we running here? In another one of my classes, one of my teachers excused me from assignments that involved moving around the class, which is almost all of them. And if I have one bad grade, all of my grades go down because I am not able to do some assignments. One of the things that happened between me and that teacher was there's a group project which I needed a group, and I came late that day. And he told me, in quote, I could give you a partner, but you'd have to put a mask on, and I wouldn't tell you to do that. I told him no thank you, and he knew I had a mask exemption, yet passively aggressively suggested that I put on a mask. This teacher didn't give me any instructions on what to do with this project. I was left to do it all on my own, guessing what I should do, and I was too scared to ask because he constantly will go on and on to embarrass me. You guys are all about my body, my choice when it comes to abortions, but the second it's life threatening to me, it's an issue. Think about that for a second. Thank you for your time.
Up on deck will be Melissa Wetzel.
I'm here to speak about mask enforcement. I get you guys have a lot on your hands, but we are going on 2 years of this. I can't believe this is still up for debate, given what our great governor of California has demonstrated and the science that they just can't seem to make their minds up about. Not to mention leaving kids outside who refuse to wear a mask because they believe in breathing fresh air and not constantly breathing back in their own breath into a mask that creates moisture and an environment for germs to grow and causing even more respiratory issues than the one everyone is apparently trying to avoid. How is that okay? Every kid has a right to an education, and you guys get plenty of money for them too. And you're okay with leaving them outside, especially after all these kids that are speaking here. But if it was a parent keeping their child from an education, then it would be a problem, right? None of this makes sense. We should all have a choice and the right to breathe. A piece of cloth is not going to save any lives. Let's be real here. And it should not be anyone's responsibility but their own to take care of their health. You shouldn't put that on someone else. This is causing more division, and half the time these kids don't have the masks on right, and they definitely don't stay clean in school, and they pull it down constantly throughout the day. If this was about safety and saving lives, you wouldn't serve such crappy, toxic, preservative-filled foods to these kids in school as well. And so many of these masks that they wear are disposable, which are being left filthy, thrown on the ground, and not to mention they're made of cancer-causing chemicals, and they're breathing this in all day. At this point, I really think it's about the money and the funding you're getting for this pandemic, and enough is enough.
After Melissa will be Maria Alexa.
Hi, my name is Melissa Wetzel. I'm with Stand Up San Bernardino County. I also work in collaboration with Freedom Angels, and I come here representing my family and myself. I would like to address discussion action item number 9 pertaining to enforcement of masks from now until March 12th. What we really need today is a strong resolution, like the resolution number 2022-05, which was passed by this board on 10/25/2021. We need a resolution that states that from this moment on, AVUSD will not enforce any mask mandate requirements, if any are imposed by the governor, state or local health officers, or anyone else for that matter. We all know that at any moment the metric can be changed and shifted, and the powers that be may change their minds and reinstate whatever mandate they want. We cannot continue to subject ourselves and our children to segregation because some punks, for lack of a better word, at the top say so. As we close Black History Month and enter Women's History Month, let us be reminded of the courage shown by Rosa Parks during the civil rights movement of the 50s and 60s. She said no. And that's exactly what I do every day. I say no, I will not subject my children to the segregation and discrimination happening today in public schools. I say no, I will not stand idly by while you all continue to participate in discrimination and segregation. I say no, I will not participate in these crimes against humanity that you all seem to be so comfortable with. And you guys know it's happening, you know it's true, and you know it's wrong, and you let it happen anyways, while all these kids are outside in the cold. You guys do not care, because if you cared, you would have done something a long time ago, okay? Some of you would have done nothing to fight for equality, and it shows, and it's gross. You would stay steady doing what you're told, like you are now, telling these kids they're not allowed in school. But you sure are making sure they get attendance, though. Let's take note of that. They do check in first, okay? But you can choose now today to say, no, I will not allow these kids to suffer anymore. I will not allow segregation and discrimination in AVUSD schools, not for one more day, not on my watch. I expect nothing more of you than I expect of myself. This ends when we say it ends. Medical freedom and bodily autonomy are the new civil rights movement. Are you on the side of equality and freedom, or for segregation and discrimination? Be on the right side of history. Action speaks louder than words. Give these kids mass choice right now, today. Thank you.
Is that Maria? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's me.
You're up. And then after Eric, well, it's a tough one. Starts with a P. P-L-A. There you go.
Good evening, board members. My name is Marie Savitsky, or Marie Alexis Savitsky.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I came tonight to remind you of a problem I foresaw back in October and a solution I posed to you in November. Ouch, this is pretty heavy tonight, and I've had conversations with a few of you since then. This is what I was trying to avoid back then. I specifically spoke and wrote to you back in November and again in October and again in November that we were not finished with that resolution you passed on October 25th. The resolution was in fact incomplete and needed immediate amending. I distributed an amended draft to specifically include mass choice. I emailed it to you all on November 3rd and distributed a printed version to you at November's board meeting calling for mass choice back then. Parents have been sharing with you the science, evidence, and testimony with you for months. Our tolerance and grace has run out. The grace period is long over. You've had plenty of time. Officials in other districts are being served with notices of intent to recall. Some groups of concerned folks are looking into filing claims against elected officials' bonds. This is not something I want to see happen to any of you. I know for a fact a few of you are very good people. We go back in time. But there are parents talking about this being the next step. You've been noticed long ago and many times over. You can now be considered knowingly working in concert to cause or foster harm in exchange for money. If action is not taken tonight to clearly clarify in writing parental medical choice, specifically mass choice, anti-discrimination for religious and medical exemptions, I will teach every one of these parents how to file claims against your bond. We will then take action to start the recall process. Again, I don't prefer to do these things. I'm a very busy, full-time, working, single mother of 5 children, and now I am homeschooling them because I'm done. I'm asking for all of you to take another strong stand for our community. Please revise your resolution to specifically include mass choice starting now. I've distributed another copy of the revised resolution draft for your consideration. You need to figure out a way to do this tonight. Thank you.
After Eric will be Tristan Kripal.
Feel like I'm just talking by myself. My name is Eric Placencia. I'm a student at Apple Valley High School. And gosh, I'm nervous. Okay. So, oh gosh, okay.
You're doing good.
Yeah, okay. Now I'm just going to start reading. Now that I'm sure that if I was, for example, the owner of a big company and I had a few rules, I expect people to follow them, including me. Now, I don't know, maybe Newsom should really accept the fact that he broke the rules that he mandated, that he put for the whole state of California. On February 13th is when you can see your favorite governor, Newsom of California, not in fact wearing masks indoors in public spaces. And I don't know if you guys are aware of, but there are teachers on campus not allowing not allowing, but they don't care if we don't wear a mask or not. And on February 13th is where you can see 62,417 people, to be exact, at the Super Bowl with Newsom in it, with a bunch of other people that are wanting for people to wear masks. And as you can see, or as you can hear from the news, Newsom claims that he was holding his breath the entire time. Well, I don't think that's possible to hold your breath for that long. I don't know how long the Super Bowl was, but I'm pretty sure you could not suffocate, but you can die from that. And from the fact that kids will stay outside not wearing the mask because the teachers are telling them or forcing them to wear their masks, they don't. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I went somewhere else. So students are being told to go outside in the cold, and as you guys were aware of, it snowed. And that day, you guys told us to come back to school, and I thought that it was just going to be a great day because, no school, there's snow, right? But no, we came back to school with a notification at 6 in the morning telling us that we had to come back to school, and you can see people protesting. And from what I heard, that guy back there, I don't know your name, but that dude, anyways, he said that there was a security guard inside the library. And I'm really lucky that I don't have any teachers that are forcing it onto me, but there was one teacher that told me to wear it, or else, this made me really sad about it. Please wear it. I don't want to lose my job. And when I thought of that, I was like, this is very ridiculous, because why would you guys enforce this? Why would you guys make teachers scared and make students wear their masks so that way they can't lose their jobs? I mean, you guys aren't wearing it. Why should we, right? Why should our governor tell us to wear masks if he's not even wearing a mask around 62,417 people in the Super Bowl, right? At our school, Apple Valley. I'm just gonna put a random number. I want to say 500 plus people are in that school. Now we're talking about thousands of people, all in just one big populated area. Why should we wear our masks if our governor isn't wearing it? You guys aren't wearing it. I don't really see a point in all this with the mandate and the vaccine. And it says right here, and I state, which is what what's his name, Fauci said. Dr. Fauci makes a statement saying the vaccine prevents COVID-19 from mutating. Now he says, I doubt seriously that any vaccine will be 100% protected. The best we've ever done is measles, and which is 97 to 98% of effective. Now, what's the point of this vaccine anyways? It doesn't really work. All these people or all these, sources telling us that this does another thing. Oh no, we were wrong about this. We changed our minds. No, I'm honestly getting sick of it, because on, I want to say Tuesday is when I had a substitute for my favorite class, which is math, which is really weird because I
Eric,
really like
your
math.
3 minutes is up, please. We have other speakers.
Can I speak some more?
Sure, real quick. Thank you.
Alrighty. So the substitute was saying, I need you to wear a mask, but I don't want to wear a mask. You can just put it under, as you can tell. She didn't really care. You can put it under right here. It's all right. I don't really care. But I refuse to wear a mask. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Now, thankfully, it wasn't too cold. It wasn't too hot. It was perfect. But for the people who stayed outside in the cold, I don't really see that. I don't think that's fair for other students to stay outside and, do that. Thank you.
After Tristan will be June Capel.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Hello, Pat. Hello. My name is Tristan Capel. I'm a sophomore at Granite Hills High School. I'm here tonight to talk about why the board should vote to not enforce masks until the 11th. I feel bad for the kids that are protesting, having to do all of their work outside in the freezing cold, being segregated from their friends, harassed, threatened, and word for their grades slipping. I know what that feels like. I have a medical mask exemption, and I have gone through all of that myself. For 8 months, I've been harassed by teachers in the halls yelling at me to put on a mask. I've been kicked out of class for just getting up to throw away a piece of paper because I was less than 6 feet away from another student. I have been removed from class by none other than Pat Slosher. After my mom spoke at the board meeting about mask choice, ironic, isn't it? I had to sit in the office for almost 2 hours while they talked about an accommodation. I felt like I was being punished for not being able to wear a mask. While having to sit in the room for 2 hours, the room was dark. I was alone, as if I had some sort of contagious disease. I felt like an outcast, and it was hurtful to know that I was neglected throughout the office due to my inability to wear a mask. Every day in class, I have to sit away from my friends, and if I want to, I have to put on a mask while sitting with my friends at the table. My math teacher, Miss Pike, will not let me join a group or will send me outside with all the other protesters if I do not comply. I have a medical mask exemption and I am not supposed to be wearing a mask. It makes me feel bad because I have to choose between sitting with friends and socializing like any other high schooler or for my education. And this is why I want this to end now, not on the 11th, now. Thank you.
After June will be Avery Contreras.
Hello, everyone. Okay. Last big meeting we had at Granite was about the vaccine mandate in October. I remember my speech. It was about how the only pushback I saw thus far from the district was against the parents. Last month, I announced at the board meeting that since the powers that be would not stand up for our kids, that they would start standing up for themselves along with their parents. Since then, our kids have been harassed, threatened, set out in the cold to sit on concrete, wet tables and chairs, prevented from coming in their classrooms, grades docked, blankets taken away, and even forcibly removed. Back in October, all 5 board members unanimously signed a resolution against the vaccine mandate and was opting for mass choice. But when our kids decided to stand up for their right to breathe and share their smiles, the pushback from you was against the kids, just like you did with the parents, instead of pushing back against the state. 36 plus districts, 15 plus counties in California and growing have stood up to Newsom, giving their students mass choice. There was only 5 states in the U.S. that even masked their kids, now even less. I am sickened and disheartened by the willingness the district has been to continue to abuse our kids. They had everything taken from them: school, sports, friends, extracurricular activity, etc. And is the last to be allowed to unmask, though they are the least vulnerable to this disease. If it was about the science, they would have been the first to unmask. Did you watch the State of the Union address Tuesday? No one in Congress were wearing masks. Afterwards, we're kissing Biden shoulder to shoulder. Our kids the next day were set out in the cold for not wearing a mask with caution tape around them. It is going to take a long time to heal what we've done to them. You declined to take a firm stand against Newsom through a strong resolution for mass choice, which makes me question your leadership going into the vaccine mandate. At the very least, you need to stop the enforcement of these masks until the mandate drops on the 11th. The science will not change in 8 days. We know by an email from the San Bernardino County that you are the authority on how masks are enforced. If you do not stop enforcing masks, hundreds of your Apple Valley Unified School District kids will continue to suffer. You will no longer be able to hide behind the state or county for your bad behavior. You will be responsible for their future harm and will be opening yourself up to legal actions as you continue to use and abuse our kids as pawns for money. 70 million, right, so far? History books will be written not just about the abuse that our kids have endured, but about their bravery. We have kids from high school all the way down to the littles in kindergarten who are fierce patriot warriors, braver than a lot of adults I know sitting right here. We are all learning together that freedom isn't free. It costs everything. I can't wait until they don't have to wear a mask anymore. But when that happens, it's going to be their victory. They will be the ones responsible for ending this. No one will ever take their freedoms away again. Let these kids know you hear them. You see them. You care. Be on the right side of history. Do the right thing. Vote to end this tonight. Thank you.
After Avery will be Tricia Morrison.
Hi, my name is Avery Contreras, and I attend Apple Valley High School. A lot of people at the school know me as the girl who has been quarantined for about 90 days. One can only imagine my grades, then basically straight Fs. All because my teachers would never send me my work but one. Shout out to Miss Robbins. During this time, when my grades were not at its finest, not once did Csea or Mr. Goodrow email my mom nor me telling me that I need to get my grades up. But this semester, when I'm outside protesting, they email my mom saying that my grades are dropping and I should probably go back to class. Let me tell you my grades. 3 A's, 2 B's, and 1 C. Kind of strange how they're checking up on me now when I'm still passing my classes, but they didn't when I was failing. The only reason my grades are like this is because my teachers won't grade any of my quote-unquote missing assignments, and I'm not allowed to go into a classroom to take a test because I'm not wearing a mask. They have also told my mom that I've not been doing my work. Ironically, the exact same day that a teacher told me he sees me out at the circle every day working my hardest to do my work, and he appreciates it. So which is it? Am I doing my work or am I not doing my work? Half the time, the internet doesn't even work out there, so even if I wanted to do work, I couldn't. We sit out in the cold with one teacher supervising us, not even allowed to stand up from our seats without getting in trouble. They want to make it seem like we're all defiant kids for standing up for ourselves, but we aren't. We are being treated like animals, but are still expected to act like it's a normal classroom. Before COVID, I never had anxiety. Since going back to school with masks, I do now. Anyone who knows me knows how much I love school and never missed a day, but now I dread going every day. Staff say what we're doing is pointless because we got what we wanted, but we didn't get what we wanted. We want masks lifted today, not in a week's time. Thank you.
After Tricia will be Morgan. Morgan.
We have a gift for you. Could you bring these up for the board members?
We have to report any gifts you make to us. So.
It's free. It's a donation. You have stood behind a lie while waiting for the state to tell you what to do so you could collect a paycheck from them. Proudly preparing students for their future, that's what your motto is online. How is telling our children to sit outside in the cold preparing them for their futures, or picking a student up forcibly and removing them from a classroom? How is making fun of kids or mocking them for standing up for their rights preparing them? These are the things our children have been dealing with, and they will not forget this. They will be better adults because of the way they have been mistreated by their teachers, principals, and peers. They are learning how to stand up for themselves against sellouts like yourselves. Our daughter, along with several other students, have been fighting harder than any of you for their rights. They are children fighting an adult fight. We have recently received voicemails from the high school saying that our kids did not use their time outdoors to do work. Mr. Goodrow, response to this was that they're just letting us know that our kids are outside and need to check for missing assignments. But the message is rude and it's stirring up more anger with your parents. But nothing will be done. Nothing will change because you don't hold anyone accountable. You are adults and you should be embarrassed that you have had the power all along to protect our children and to prevent the drama and division in our schools, but you've done nothing. If I parented my children without a backbone, I'd be raising them to act like some of you, spineless. Some of you have no business being in a position to make decisions in the best interest for our children because you don't make them. You wait for someone else to do your job. On March 9th, the Senate Health Committee meets regarding SB 871. It's adding the COVID shot to the list of mandatory vax to attend public school. Are you going to keep your word and not change the previous resolution made about the vaccine? I'm here today for two reasons. The first is to tell you that my children will never wear a mask again. They will be going to class, and if your teachers touch them in the slightest to remove them from class, I will sue you for $70 million of your relief money. Our children are good students. They've gone outside to be respectful. They've done their work. They've kept their grades up in 30-degree weather with snow. They have done everything but wear muzzles for the last 3 weeks, but they won't be doing it ever again. The second reason I'm here today is ask you for a resolution that you will not continue with masks after the 11th. According to your agenda, you're voting today on the 4th through the 11th of March. But if the mask mandate comes back into play after the state forces a vaccine for kids to go to school and it finds a way to force masks again, we want a resolution today that you will continue with mask choice. Will you continue to disappoint the families in our district and hide behind your lies, or will you prove me wrong today and show that you have the courage to stand up for our children? Thank you.
Morgan, and then after Morgan will be Jaden Bechtel.
Hi, my name is Morgan Madonna. My friends and I have been outside at school for about 2 weeks, and it has been freezing outside. I don't know why we started when it is more than halfway done, but I can tell you that we are sick of being forced to wear a mask. The school is breaking laws by not letting students in class. This district needs to straighten up their sources so that the stuff that we do at school is legal. While I've been at school, I've been called to the office. When I'm inside, I'm asked to put on my mask or go outside. So they have to follow me outside just to tell me that my mom was so nice, she ordered me lunch, and it has arrived. Starting on February at school, we chose to not wear a face covering, and we are facing the consequences. My friends, family, myself have been doing things like theater, softball, jiu-jitsu, and having lots of family time without a mask. Also, I was sad when a company wouldn't let us do our presentation outside with them, so we had to go inside with the mask to do something that was scheduled to be outside without our parents to be able to watch. So I had to choose to either go or leave, but I went and wore my mask on my chin, and guess what? Nobody cared, because it didn't matter to them, so why should it matter when I don't wear one in class? Also, mask mandates have been so far been depraved, cold, and calculating infringements on our rights. Lastly, do we have to wait until the 11th for us not to be forced to wear a mask? We should have the choice, starting now. Thank you.
After Jaden Bechtel will be Monica King.
Hi, I'm Jaden. I came here a couple months ago to talk to you about the mask. You said you were on our side, and when I left here, I felt like I was protected and you guys had my back. Just because I am a little kid doesn't mean I don't know what's going on. Actions speak louder than words. Us kids that are choosing to not wear a mask these last few weeks have been treated pretty bad. I've sat in the freezing cold and they took away my blanket. Now I'm sitting in the sun trying to see my work, which is hard because we have nothing over us. But the worst part is my relationship between me and some of my teachers. I feel like some of them don't like me anymore. I don't want to wear a mask anymore, but I feel like at school I'm getting in trouble for it. I think school used to be fun and happy and a happy place, but right now it just feels hateful and divided. Some staff make me feel like I'm doing something wrong, but to me, I know I'm doing something right. So I ask that you please stand with us and make school great again by lifting the mask mandate like all the other school districts did. Thank you.
After Monica King will be Marty Sovea, I believe it is.
Good evening. What a powerful group of people behind me. Wow. So, item number 32 gives a contract template for essentially the COVID-19 federal funding that was directly tied to having our county continue the local COVID emergency here for the past 2 years. It was federal funding reserved for those counties who complied with mandates, as well as continuing the local COVID emergency. While some would have argued that this showcases that the county were good stewards, we would argue, and have for the last 2 years, that it came with a very high price, limiting our liberties and participating and perpetuating the rollout of propaganda and the promotion as well as coercive practices that impacted the lives of residents in this county during not only of this county, including not only your constituents, but our small businesses, employees, and most importantly, our children. Other counties in the state did end their local COVID emergency and therefore did not subject their constituents to the loss and limiting of liberties guaranteed under both our state and the U.S. Constitution. I just want to acknowledge that the Board of Supervisors in San Bernardino County is at long last terminating the emergency proclamation from the novel coronavirus in our county on almost the anniversary of 2 years since it was proclaimed. We have faithfully and diligently come to outspoken and given public comment requesting the removal of these masks, and at long last, it's being terminated. Our understanding is that there will be no more federal funds dispersed, and likely it may be brought up at the State of the Union this evening. This likely is reason for the termination. So while not a victory all on our part, though something we have long advocated for, I acknowledge that you are terminating this local emergency, and I am grateful that I and my people behind me have diligently come before you and shared truth and facts, provided you with data and research to back up what we have said. The truth on the record, and eventually whether here or the truth is on the record, and eventually you guys, you're gonna have to just face up to what's been done here. I just want to say that I'm like so proud of my son and all the children behind me for speaking their truth. I hope that when, and it will, when this all comes back again after the 11th, that you guys choose to do better, that you choose to do what's right for these kids. Thank you.
Michaela Sigonarelli.
Hi, good evening, you guys. I know some of you guys know my face. Let me introduce myself. My name is Marty Benato Soria, and I am a product of this school district, as is my father, as are my two sisters, and many other family members that still live in this community. In my 47 years, I've worked as a respiratory therapist at San Bernardino County Hospital, dealing with the sickest of the sick. I was a stay-at-home mom that was active, very active in my kids' education, and now I am an educator. My oldest son is a 2021 graduate from Apple Valley High School. I have two other sons that are at Apple Valley High School that are joining in the mask mandate protests. And let's be clear on the type of kids that you think or may assume that are out at Sun Devil Circle. My boys are scholar athletes that carry above average GPAs. They are varsity lettermen. They are a part of the mask program. They do not have one single disciplinary mark on their record all through all their years of school. You could ask anybody at the Apple Valley High School who my kids are, and they have nothing but good to say about them. So please throw away any assumptions you have of the type of kids that are protesting this. They aren't kids that are just wanting to get out of class. They care. It's really easy to blame Mr. Goodrow because he's our principal, but I blame the lack of leadership to you, Mrs. Nelson, and her team. You have single-handedly created a toxic and hostile environment at Apple Valley High School, an environment where student, teacher, and administrative relationships have been completely destroyed because you didn't want to lose your job. Your job, by definition, a superintendent's job by definition, is to promote the success of all students. It is to focus on learning and achievement and to support public education and all stakeholders. We are your stakeholders. Our students are your stakeholders. And you have failed us on every single count. As our children have sat in the cold, the wind, the snow, and the heat, I ask you, how is that promoting their success? How have they been able to learn and achieve? And how have you supported the student and the parents? At Apple Valley High School, students have been threatened to have senior activities taken away if they do not comply with the mask mandate. For the last 2 years, everything's been taken away from them. I'm surprised my son in 21 actually had a graduation, and I thank our administrative staff at Apple Valley and the school board and you guys for making it happen. I do appreciate that, but so much has been taken away from them. Why are you going to scare these kids into fear, into complying with this? Last thing I'm going to say is that our motto for the school district is you guys are proudly preparing our students for the future. So instead of treating these kids like criminals, we should be applauding these students that have been standing up for what they believe in. These students are not only preparing for their future, they are taking control of our future. Do better.
I'm sorry, ma'am, what's your name?
Michaela Signorelli. Michaela Signorelli.
Michaela, okay. I'm sorry, I called you, didn't I?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, my name is Michaela Signorelli. I go to Vanguard Preparatory. I came here tonight to tell you how I feel about the masks. When I'm wearing the mask, I feel like I can't breathe. The last time I came here, you said you were going to do something about the mask, but yet you haven't done anything. Instead of wearing the mask inside, I sit outside in the rain, wind, snow, cold, and sun. I came to school one day with a blanket to try to keep me warm, and they took it away from everyone and never gave it back. And a proctor is going around telling the kids that aren't doing the protest, good job, and giving them candy, which it makes me feel uncomfortable because I feel like they don't want us here or don't like us. When I'm outside, it's really hard to do my work because there's kids playing outside. The sun is in my eyes because there's no shade where they put us. When it's time for PE, they don't let us go in the locker room to change, so I have to do PE in my school clothes, which are not very comfortable, and it makes me super hot. And when I wake up, I don't want to go to school because of how the school is making me feel for what I'm trying to do, what's best for me. So I please ask for you to remove the mask mandate because the school is the only place I have to wear it, and I want school to be fun again. Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the portion of public comments. Do you have a card, sir? Can you fill one out before you speak? Well, it just kind of keeps track of it, but you can speak first and then fill it out before you go home.
One more. First off, ditto to everyone that spoke tonight. Just want to make a couple points here real quick. I just want to add on. Roseville Joint Unified School District, the last board meeting, they passed it that night. They have not lost funding. They haven't lost reliability insurance, and they haven't had any issues at all. Everything's going 100% normal, and they did it weeks ago. So I want to remind you about that. Also, their statistics from their website, when they had masks were required, to just a week later to 2 weeks later, they went down 73% in COVID cases. So by removing the mask, their COVID cases went down. Just for staff alone, they went down 58% in 2 weeks in COVID cases by removing the mask. So I want to remember that. The students in my classroom, the ones who wear the mask, are the ones that are gone most of the time. The ones that aren't wearing a mask, they're there almost every day. They don't get sick. The ones that are all wearing the mask every single day, again, even the vaccinated ones, they're missing time more than anyone else. So I just want to point that out. One thing I want to say too, Ms. Trine, you said last board meeting, you have to listen to Cal OSHA and have their rules on you. All the employees of Apple Valley School District, you should know too, that if you're going to play that card of OSHA requirements, employers, this is from OSHA.gov, from California.gov, employers are also required to teach every worker that's required to use PPP equipment to know when it's necessary, what kind is necessary, how to properly put it on, adjust, wear, take it off, the limitations of the equipment, proper care, maintenance, useful life, and disposal of the equipment. And there's a list goes on that if you're going to require your staff to wear these masks, you have to have a whole bunch of other checklists you need to be doing. Otherwise, you're violating Cal OSHA standards just right there alone. So I want people to be aware of that. Last thing, we as a community, we can't, even if we get everything we want tonight, in a month, we're all back to normal. We can't get our eyes off the ball and let this stuff get out of control again. We need to stay involved and be in control, especially if you're sending your kids to public school. If you can homeschool, homeschool. If you can make that sacrifice, do it. If you can't, it doesn't work for some people. Some kids need to be in public school. You still need to stay involved and help out and make sure that the next dumb thing doesn't happen, the next dumb thing, and the vaccine and critical race theory or whatever the heck else is coming that just might have nonsense in it. We need to be accountable, holding these people accountable all the time, not just right now. Again, when good times happen, people get weak and we just let things go, fly by. We got to stay strong. And I just want to give, I think we should applaud one more time for every student, every speaker, but definitely every student that talked tonight.
Okay, we have some other business before we actually get down to discussion items. It's going to be real quick. Does anybody need 5 minutes? We've been sitting up here for a while. Does anybody need a restroom break for 5 minutes? We're going to take a quick 5 minutes, and then we have just a few things to go through before we get to the discussion items. So let's go ahead and take a break at 7:41, and we'll be back at 7:46. Back at 7:50. Thank you. So we're going to move on. We're going to just go through a few housekeeping items here. We have some public hearings we need to open and close real quick, and then we'll move on. So on the public hearings, we're going to open them up. Conduct a public hearing for the public to provide input regarding AVUSD's initial bargaining proposal to the Apple Valley Unified School District, and the time opened will be 7:51. Is there any comments? Hearing none, we'll close it at 7:51.
I believe I have to keep it open for at least 1 minute.
Okay, we'll close it in 7:52 then. To keep it open for 1 minute. Okay. We'll close it at 7:52. We'll go down to item 2, conduct public hearing for the public to provide input regarding CSEA's initial bargaining proposal to the Apple Valley Unified School District. We'll open it at 7:52. Is there any comments on this public hearing? Okay. Okay, we'll close the public hearing at 7:53. Item 3, conduct the public hearing for the public to provide input regarding AVUSD's initial bargaining proposal to the Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. We will open the public hearing at 7:53. Is there any comments? Okay, we'll close it at 7:54. Item 4, conduct a public hearing for the public to provide input regarding AVUSD's initial bargaining proposal for the California School Employees Association. We'll open the public hearing at 7:54. Is there any comments? Okay, we'll close the public hearing at 7:55. Okay, we got through the public hearings. Special meeting, we have none at this meeting. So that'll move us to discussion items. First discussion item is enforcement of mask requirements from 3/4 to 3/11/2022. So I'm going to make a motion that we open it for discussion. Do we have a second to open it for discussion?
Second it.
Okay, so Raleigh makes a motion, second by Bender. Is there any opposition to discussion on this item? Oh, we're all in favor of that? Okay. All right. So I'm going to just open the discussion real quick, and I'm going to go through. I'm not going to make a recommendation. I'm just going to open it. I'm going to make a couple of comments, and then we'll pass it around.
Well, I'm going to make a recommendation. I've lived in this town since 1967. We have a good superintendent. You might not agree, but my recommendation is we drop this damn mask mandate. Some of our schools have turned into a toxic situation. I went to a church last Sunday and it was full. You know why? They weren't wearing masks. And I'll tell you, that's the way I'm going to vote.
Okay, so we'll go down. I'm going to make a comment before, and then I'm going to go to Chris, then Wilson, then Maria. This issue has divided this community, and it's going to take years of healing. Somebody made a comment, I'm not sure which speaker, because it is so toxic, and it's shame on the state of California for doing this, because it throws it all on the schools. Miss Trinae Nelson has started as a kindergarten teacher. All of these folks up here have worked their entire careers in the schools, and they make their living at this. You get somebody like Newsom, who has no clue on what really goes on in schools, but they keep passing these laws, and they throw the monkey on our back, and it's so difficult. We have been living this day after day. I speak to Trinae about what's going on and the problems we're having, and how can we, the solutions, and then the attorneys get involved, and the threats get involved that, you can lose pensions, and you can lose certifications, and you get sued personally, which that can occur. But it has been very contentious, and I know there's been a lot of attacks thrown out to different people, not physical threats, but just character threats and things like that, and that's unfortunate, but that goes with the territory. I'm not saying anybody in this room has done that, but you see that nationwide today. And when the President of the United States gets up there and says, you know what, we need to end kids wearing masks, well, then it's time to end this thing, really. Like Dennis says, it's just time to end it. And, we got 1 week left. We got... No.
Ryan, let us talk.
We listen to you guys very politely.
Every word you said. He's going to finish his statement.
I said we have like 1 week to go, basically, to get to end this thing. But this whole next week is just going to add more contention, more kids sitting outside, more protests, and things like that. So I'm with Dennis, and I'm going to leave it up to the board members which way they want to go. Ms. Trinae Nelson will do whatever this board tells her to do, because we only control her position. We don't control anything else. We have no say over teachers. We have no say. She's a contract employee employed by the 5 of us. So she will do. Maybe she doesn't really want to do that because it adds more headaches to the job that she already has, okay? But she will do it. And I admire her for that. So with that, I'm with Dennis, okay? We're going to go down the line, and then we'll make a motion, and then we'll take it from there, okay? So, Wilson, you're going up.
Well, as Dennis pointed out, I've been here since 1977, came up to build the first treatment plant, and raised my 4 children here in Apple High School. And a couple of ladies know my daughter, Jennifer, the lawyer, and my 2 youngest are my doctor and my dentist. I care about this community, and that's why I'm here. And I think that, yeah, this mask mandate, and then, if you remember a couple of months back, we talked about the vaccination. We said we have 2 options: you can have it, or you don't. If you don't want it, you don't need to have it. Okay, that's a choice, parents' choice. And so I think that I agree with the recommendation that we end this mandate on masks.
Chris.
I hear you. 13,328. That's how many students we have in this district, plus their families, plus our employees. We've been working this entire pandemic to get common sense type things passed, proper guidance to actually keep our employees and our students and our community safe, and doing the best that we absolutely possibly can. I don't know how to, I'm not a scientist. I don't know how to figure out data curves and where we're doing and where we're going and how things are panning out. I do know that our local hospitals have gone from being in triple digits with having sick patients from COVID in January and February to, thank goodness, now being down into the single digits. I know that, thank goodness, other states and our own are finally starting to come through. At this point, I've been fighting and working with our local state elected representatives to make sure that we get the appropriate guidance to get rid of the mask mandate at the appropriate time. Do I wish it would have come sooner? Absolutely. We are right there at this particular time. Let's follow the guidance and finish this out. That's my vote. Thank you. That's okay.
Hey, Maria, go ahead. You're
Following
up.
the rules.
Let's let us speak, please. So we're here.
Let's respect.
Can
We're
you all
listening.
hear me?
Yeah.
On Friday, I think it's Friday or Thursday, after I had received so many letters from you and I could not reply to those letters, just so you know, I received quite a few of those. I decided to go out to the schools. So I chose to get out and see the children myself. I don't want to be told where the kids are. I didn't want to read about it. I wanted to see the real human beings that were sitting outside. So I went to Apple Valley High School and I was there for about an hour and a half with those children. And I went from table to table to talk to those young adults. And I have to say that I have never walked out of a place feeling more proud of the human beings that I saw there. Those children convinced me that they were really our future. They spoke about what their beliefs were, and they also did their work. When I asked them how they were keeping up with their schoolwork, they told me they were doing their work, and I was exceedingly proud of them. I asked them if they would like to go back to the classrooms, and they told me only if the mask was not mandated. At that point, I told them they were doing their civic duty of speaking up. If you don't speak up, people don't know what you mean. And these children spoke up, and we took notice. We went in, I went in, and listened to them. And when I was done, I left that school and I went to yet another school to see what was going on. Nothing was going on there. But at least I managed to see the classrooms and see the students doing their work. Then I went to Sitting Bull Academy. And at Sitting Bull Academy, I talked to the students at each and every one of those tables in the upper campus and the lower campus. They all heard my voice. They may not recognize me now because I'm not wearing a mask, but when I was there, I had my mask on, so they remembered. They told me who they were, but they were really cautious until I told them that I wanted to hear directly from them because I represent them. And they shared their plight. Some of the children were asked, if you had to go back to class, would you? And they said yes. But the funny part of it was the youngest children said, oh, my mom will kill me. And so I said, whatever you do, remember you go home to mom. We're just here for a short time, so don't let your mom kill you. So having said all that, I have to say that the portion of all of this that bothered me was the fact that they were outside. It bothered every ounce of my energy, every ounce of who I was. And so that was what brought me there, to see the children, to hear from them, because I am their servant. I am here to serve them. I'm not here to serve me. My children are no longer in this high desert, but every one of your children is important. I would love to see this end like yesterday. I would love to see all of this go away. As I've listened to all of my esteemed members here, I keep thinking that COVID must have a roadmap. And COVID roadmap says, I'll be done on March 11th. And on March 12th, I'll just leave your country and go somewhere else. But we know that's not the fact. We know that COVID is still around. We also know how to take care of ourselves. My concern is what happens to our employees, because we do have employees who are still supposed to follow the guideline. So whatever our team says, I will listen very intently before I make my final decision.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Maria, Wilson, Dennis. So let's do this. I'll make a motion. Okay, today is Thursday and it is 8:06. So tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, school starts. I want to make a motion because it takes time to leave us. It takes a little bit of time to make notifications on the superintendent's part. So my motion is going to state that beginning at 7 o'clock or 12:01 on Sunday evening, that the mask mandate will not be enforced at the Apple Valley Unified School District. So that's Monday through all of next week. So with that said, though, I want to read this into the motion. Until CDPH aligns to CDC guidelines, the Apple Valley Unified School District Board of Trustees will take responsibility for litigation, both criminal and civil, district and individual, resulting from this decision. This protection includes defense and indemnity of all classified, certificated, and management employees of the school district due to any and all COVID claims, even if not covered by the district's insurance carrier. Further, any action taken on the credentials of any certificated staff due to this decision will be defended at the expense of the school district. So basically what that means is that the board, if we support my motion, takes all full responsibility for this, not the school district employees. They make their living doing this. We do not. They are going to be in this district longer than we will probably be on this board. So we have to take responsibility for that. So with that, that's my motion, that on 12:01 Sunday evening, which is, what's the date on that?
Tell them why you have to do it, because they have to notify these people.
I'm making my motion because we have to.
Amend.
We have to have. Then I'm not going to. Anyway, that's my motion. You guys, you have a second for that?
Yeah, I'll second that, but
Okay.
I want to make sure that they understand that a lot of people have to be notified tomorrow in order to do. That's why it's being delayed to start till Monday.
Yeah.
We got it.
Huh?
Make your.
Who's going to pay if there's
That's my motion.
Well, just to hear saying that we're going to pay the board,
Monday.
which is this.
I'll second
No,
that.
no. Yeah. Good.
We have a motion, so let's take a roll call vote. Wilson.
But before you take the vote for vote,
Oh, okay.
I think we need to.
Okay, go ahead.
What? Yeah,
This
yeah,
was just
we're
my
interrupting.
idea. If somebody has a better motion, then throw it out there. I was trying to make it easy for. Right. We have to take a vote.
No, but I'm asking for clarification. The point is that even if you say we're going to do it, we may not be able to do it. Understand? We need to make sure that it passes through the legal. That's okay. That's the reason why he talking about not right away tonight. So, yeah, that's my
Roll call
clarification.
vote.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Maria,
I'm going to hold on for now.
you gonna hold off? Okay. Chris.
No.
Dennis.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. So the
Let's
motion
read.
passes.
He's holding off.
I'm still not clear. Who's going to pay if the teachers, if there's a lawsuit? I'm more interested. Is there 4 or 5 of us? that
Maria,
will pay
there's a
or
vote.
do you?
Vote yes or no, please.
I can't vote until I have the
Oh,
information.
The 5 of us.
Can I clarify for Maria? I know a little bit. if anybody gets sick, teachers or students.
You abstain?
Oh, wait a minute. Listen. You try to clarify for Maria Opera.
Wilson, we have a vote.
Okay.
Discussion. Are you abstaining?
I'm going to abstain for now.
Okay, so we have three.
You can't abstain.
Three.
What's your reason for abstaining?
Just like the parents sitting here, they don't have all the information while their kids are wearing a mask. I want to have the information while I'm voting on book.
We had it from legal.
Please, ma'am, we discuss without.
You need to run and get on the board.
No, you said no.
Okay, calm down.
Let's just do it.
I don't, you guys, we're not going to get anywhere with you guys yelling back and forth.
No.
Well, if you're going to disrupt the meeting, I'll have you leave. If you're going to disrupt us.
I'm just going to say no.
We're trying to get a vote here.
Maria voted no.
Okay, voted no. Motion passes 3-2. It's final.
Okay.
There you go.
All right.
Okay, moving right along.
Yeah. Got it?
Forever. That's it. They're going to get. They're coming off next Friday anyway. We're going to be next Monday. And we just voted 3-2.
We just voted. If we're going to disrupt the meeting, we're just going to end this. Okay.
Right. You got your. We passed it 3-2. We passed it 3-2.
Listen, if you guys aren't going to cooperate, we're not going to get anywhere. You going to cooperate with us? No, we're not going to. We're going to. Okay. Well, I'm not going to move on if we're going to keep getting disrupted here. Okay. Discussion items. Okay, so now we're on to item
3.
Item 2, review, discuss, take action to amend the board meeting schedule.
I make a motion that we do.
Okay, motion by Bender, second by.
We can take a motion and a second, and then we can discuss it.
Right, second by Maria. Okay, any discussion?
Yes. This is in regards to the change of time.
Correct.
Okay. Unfortunately, it's very difficult for me to make it because I work until 5 o'clock every day. Okay. So I have to take off from work early and make arrangements. So it's very difficult for me to get here. So if we could begin at 5 o'clock, I would appreciate that.
So one of the options would be to still get the same solution, which is a longer closed session so that you have the ability to have the discussions in closed session. So you could continue them at 5 with a closed session that doesn't end before 7 for public.
Well, no, our normal time is good. It's just
right. Start at 5 with a 7.
We can do a 7 o'clock start time for this meeting then.
Right. So open. So
close starts at 5.
Right. So if I'm hearing, it would be a motion to take action to amend the 2021-2022 board meeting schedule for just the April and May board meeting, because June is a 1 o'clock start time because there's 2 of them.
What about after the summer?
And then for the we can bring it for the 2022-23. It's just for the 2 now, and then you can determine whether that works for you and that's helpful for future calendar. Okay.
I'll go with the council.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that'll be the order.
So that I understand for Kylie, the motion is that we start at 5, we come out of regular session at 7, and for regular session at 7 for the 2 board meetings, and then we will review this for the 2022-23 calendar year. Okay, thank you.
3 meetings, 2 in May.
Oh, sorry, 2 in May. But still 5 o'clock start time.
5 o'clock,
7 o'clock come out of closed, yes.
Number 3, mutually agree to no more than 6 candidates for the 2022 California School Board Association Delegate Assembly for Subregional 16B. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have to select 6. Does anybody have any preference?
You know any of these people, Wilson?
Okay. We'll go with Heather Allgood, Kristen Cameron from Needles, Barbara Dew, Victor Valley, Cynthia Gardner, Rim of the World, Clayton Moore, Victor Valley, and James O'Neill, Redlands. Everybody good with that?
That's good.
Okay.
Yep.
You have a motion? Yeah.
I
We're
move.
going to do 6.
Yeah, I move to select the top 6 incoming candidates.
Okay.
I second it.
All in favor? Okay. Okay. Item 4, approve the CDS code application to establish Apple Valley Virtual Academy K-8 as new school.
I move to.
Any discussion? There's no presentation on there.
I can answer any questions that you might have,
Any
but
questions?
the background of materials kind of went through the explanation. Yeah.
So I move that we approve the CDS code application to establish new virtual academy for K-8 as a new school.
Okay. All in favor?
All right.
That'll be the order. Number 5, approve the initial sunshine proposal from the district on contract reopeners for a successor agreement between the Apple Valley Unified School District and the Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association, AVUSD. Any discussion? Okay. Motion,
Second.
Maria. Second. All in favor?
All right.
Chris. 6, approve the initial sunshine proposal from the district on contract reopeners for a successor agreement between the Apple Valley Unified School District and the California School Employees Association, Csea.
Second. Any discussion?
Any discussion? Nope. All in favor?
All right.
Approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing chairperson effective immediately. Oh, this is on the expulsions. So on 2021, we have
So for number 17 through 20, you can take action.
Yeah, 17 through 20, we can take action. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. On,
I don't know if you got a motion in a second.
you get a motion? Second, okay. And then we go to expulsion case 2021. And we amended to the hearing panel recommendations to read to be expelled to SBCSS Community Day for the remainder of the 2022 spring semester. Also, the board amends the plan item number 8 to be student must complete approved anger management program. So basically, he's expelled for the rest of the school year for 2020.
21,
this
22.
semester, 2022.
Yeah.
Okay.
So move.
Yes, we all in favor?
You have a second?
You got a second, Dennis?
Got it.
Yes, okay. Oh. Okay. All right, expulsion cases.
Stip number 6.
Stipulated case stip number 6. Motion? Wilson? Second, Maria. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that'll be the order. Approve the certificated classified personal actions as listed.
So move.
Motion,
Wilson.
Wilson, second.
Second.
Bender. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Approve the requested leaves as noted. Motion?
So move.
Nunez, second, Maria. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, consent calendar. Approve the consent list as recommended. The Board of Trustees consider approving a number of agenda items as a consent list. Consent items are routine in nature and can be enacted in one motion without further discussion. This procedure conserves meeting time and full discussion of significant issues. Consent. So we have a motion to approve 1 through 16.
So moved.
Motion Bender. Maria. No, we're in the meeting.
No, not right now, please.
Somebody will contact you about this from staff.
I already wrote that down. Well,
Ma'am? Then you can leave and go to work and you'll be contacted for sure. You have my. You'll be contacted by staff about your request. Ma'am? Please have her leave the podium. Ma'am, you have to leave. We're in the middle of a meeting. We'll take care of it. They'll contact you. Thank you. Okay, consent items 1 through 16.
Aye.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that'll be the order. Okay, there's no second closed session. Staff reports, attendance report, child welfare. We have no reports. Okay, we have no need to go back into closed session. Is there? I'm getting there. Yeah. Okay. Closing items. Any future items? Nothing. Okay. Superintendent comments. Trinae, you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, on March 17th at Granite Hills High School on this property, I invite all of the board to attend Field Day. This started prior to COVID. We had Mr. Schluter on the campus, organizes for all of our students in the district that are severely handicapped to come and participate in activities that give them what many students experience in competition. And they have audiences to cheer them on, and it is just a wonderful day. So feel free to come and participate and watch and cheer for the students, because it is a once in a lifetime experience, and we're so excited that these kids get to experience it.
Okay.
March is Arts Education and Women's History Month. And then at last month's board meeting, Mr. Schellenberg shared the presentation regarding facilities and how we fund capital facilities projects. We will be bringing a request for quote to the April board meeting in order to bring a facilities assessment consultant into the district to identify all the possible capital improvement projects for a master plan that includes the question about a stadium here and facility for this property. We also will have Frick and Jate, who are our architect firm, to come in and work on our transitional kindergarten. So you'll see that next month as well, because that's an immediate need for facilities as we expand. And then just another celebration, we've had outstanding performances of our students, including career and technical education organizations. Of our 120 of our health occupation students of America are have gone through the regional competitions and are advanced to the state competitions. 120 are going on to state. That'll take place in Long Beach over the spring break. And then 240 of our Skills USA competitors will be moving on to the state in April in Ontario. Super excited. These students have had their advisors engaged at the state level competition, and we look forward to sharing their future success with you, which means national. They'll be going to nationals this summer. Teachers have been engaged in ongoing professional development. They're back in person with those topics such as Orton Gillingham Phonics, math with the UCLA Curtis Center, and our own deliberate discourse training modules are just a few of the items the teachers have participated in. So look forward to spring break at the end of the month. I know everybody's ready for that. And then we'll be in graduation season. Thank you.
Okay. Wilson, comments? Maria.
Congratulations to the student speakers at the student comment, and the artwork that they shared to us, and all of the great things happening at our schools. I'm looking forward to coming out to one or two more of your events as you are holding them at your school sites. That's it.
Thank you. Christopher.
Okay. I want to say thank you very much to Yucca, Phoenix Academy, and Sycamore Rocks for letting me visit a week and a half ago. I had a great time. Thank you very much to Chief Molina and our entire PD for giving me an inside look at how our department is interacting with our students and our community. Congratulations. I don't know that I would ever give a single congratulations, but to Armand from High Desert Premier Academy on graduating, and how cool is that we already have an entrepreneur in our mix in our campuses. And then congratulations to Granite Hills High School on your WASC accreditation for 6 years, and to Apple Valley High School for winning Best of the Desert. So congrats to everyone.
Thank you. Dennis?
I have no comments.
All right, I'm just going to wrap it up by saying I apologize to the board. I didn't let the meeting get out of hand here. It's you know, I believe that we really tried to do the right thing, and then it just went sideways on us. So anyway, adjournment. So with that in hindsight, we have a next meeting is April 14th, 2022 at 5 p.m. in Conference A. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
That'll be the order. Good night. Thank you.